You never see him anymore. I am capable of multitasking, thank you very much. What? Oh, I'm not even gonna get into it, alright? What was not wholesome about that? You tell me. I'll let you out yourself because I see it as wholesome. Yeah, I did. I got rid of it. Don't look, Dazed. Don't look. Avert your eyes. Now, I wanted to, like, try again full beard instead of just the goatee. I wasn't digging just the goatee, honestly. So, we're giving it another shot. We're starting over. Starting over from the beginning. And it has been a long time since I've been able to rub my chin. Don't look, Dazed. Don't look. All right, and here we go. We had a... Yeah, he already left. He's like, nope. Fuck this guy. Crying in the fetal position. Huh? No, he's still here. But maybe he hasn't noticed yet. It's fine. We don't need to draw attention to it anymore. 20 we are taking a recess because we poked holes. We poked a lot of holes in the defense or in the prosecution. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Hello, who is this? Wuss? It's me. Just with a little bit less hair, okay? This is Sprite's Junior Takeover. No. Hello, Wuss. Yeah, we're starting over. We're starting over. To begin again from the beginning, and thank you. I just wanted to, I'm going to get a red bandana, and we're going to roleplay as Ryunosuke here. Just tried to sneak... It's not that big of a deal. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Yeah, it's no big deal. Mom's spaghetti. Microwave spaghetti. I thought we were singing 8 Mile. Now see, there's a song we need from Anti-Snowman. A cover of Lose Yourself about microwave spaghetti for Jay. What? Time for spaghetti! We need to get Anti-Snowman on that stat. It was and that's they're doing the next Burger Blast on Saturday, right? That's gonna be fun. I cannot wait to see that again. All of those awesome dudes together. Is it gonna be on Anti's stream? Is that gonna be the main stream for it? And that's not a bad idea, Bearcat Girl. That could be a way to do that. Yeah. I would assume it's been on his every other time, right? And I think a couple of the times it was on, they multi-streamed. Anyways, it was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. We sure did. Think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Ha 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 ha! Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett. A white lady from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. She's in the Epstein files. Yes, you have, haven't you? Might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So about this young gentlewoman. See, I can copy the pose now. I can actually... Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. I mean, at this point, who isn't in the files? Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. And then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang, bang! She shot me down. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his... Oh, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Even if it means putting someone innocent behind bars. They did try that already. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Arigato gozaimasu. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama.
Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. I don't have, like, many girl voices. They're all gonna sound the same. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. What a good friend. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. You still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Flounders? I think they meant to say... Yeah, I think they meant to say flounders. Again, terribly sorry. The friendship between our nations is really so fragile and the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures.
I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. Standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
That is quite the hat. Ghislaine Maxwell, got it, yeah.
What a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea.
Oh, great. Oh, great.
She's got a literal goose on her head.
Yeah. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at the Carnival.
My troop. Yes, we all know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? It's in England. It's always ladies first.
Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I?
Chillinworth, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Welcome in. We are becoming lawyers among men. Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please.
Oh, great.
Ho so fluffy, ho so ho ho.
Great.
I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what?
The lady says her name is Giselle Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell. Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty.
Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Jesus Christ.
I hear we might get to see your face, Chili. So excited for that. I'm excited for that stream. This dude is a simp, 100%.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Will be fun, I think. It's a good time. We have fun. It's a good community. You guys are pretty cool, for the most part. You guys are pretty cool. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. I want Kev to tell me that he's leaving. That's pretty much guaranteed. It's pretty much a guarantee. You stream, he'll come in and leave. That's a certainty. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining here with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Yo, what's up, Adept Atlas? We're doing pretty good. How are you? We are trying to use our brains. We'll see how well this goes. She says, yes. That was a lot of words for yes. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Well, that's good to hear. I'm assuming you were feeling kind of down. I've heard that from a few people the last couple days. Seems like another round of icky crap is making its rounds. Why is she also wearing a mask? It's to protect her identity, you know? Like, what kind of kangaroo court is this? This is before all of the standards were set in place, okay? This is a period piece. Interesting. You're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau.
Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
What a douchebag. Wait a second, she can understand Japanese. The questions aren't being translated to her. Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Forced to help someone because they were behind, but then said person turned their chair around away from their work to talk to someone else for 45 minutes on the clock. Things have been remedied, and your boss pulled you from helping to do your own thing. Oh, that's nice, at least. Advil and sandwich consumed. Aw. Feel better, wuss. I fucking hate headaches. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Bullshit. Bullshit. She's a liar. She's a harlot. Order in the court.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Let me cut their head off. Let me grab my sword here. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you formally to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Now you're having to give her the question? Okay, I'm a little confused if that was like a slip-up where they just showed her responding without getting the question translated. But now it's looking like he's translating the questions for her. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. Bullshit. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Oh my god. Prosecutor's gonna simp out all over that. Yes! This is condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. And look at this snow white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is gonna believe. Jesus Christ. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. It was just decided. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Ew. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Yeah, nowhere at all. Not in that gigantic fucking hat. Yeah. I've seen movies. Yeah. Yeah, where ladies hide things. Yeah. The hat is just the more T-rated suggestion of where I was going there. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. You've got a giant fucking hat! There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it! Oh, God. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. Hey-yo! T-rated suggestion, my ass! I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. He could just stick a mirror on his shoe and be a creep. It's true. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. She understands Japanese, I have a feeling. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. It's time. Cross-examination. Frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. It seems that the game lets us press for free, so if we get lost, we're just gonna press everything. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
Over what? I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. Hell yeah, you're always welcome here. We have fun most of the time. Sometimes we play Korean dating sims. Sometimes we play really long RPGs. And a lot of in between. Half of the streams you're gonna end up catching K-pop music videos. So, you know, just a warning. There's a redemption that some people like to redeem channel points where we take a break. That'll happen. So that just fair warning. And Running Man is 1.7 million points, so that's not happening anytime soon.
Go.
As very bright orange hair, indeed. She went carrot top in this one. Hey, 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 hey! Whoa, whoa! I remember Vitamin C chili. I remember Vitamin C. She can do whatever she wants. The fits are fire. Yeah, their stylists are really good. 100%. Oh, I can't wait. Oh my god, I can't wait. They're so weird. They're so weird. I love it. They're so weird. Alright, thanks for the redeem, Chili. So that's the type of stuff that happens here on occasion. Alright, where were we? Where were we? But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, but she can understand Japanese, I'm certain.
No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English.
Oh, that's some good dialogue. That is some fucking great dialogue. Well, there's a good out of context clip. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Thanks, Chili. Oh. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway. It seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. The next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been a culprit. She's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. Dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Where's the wind source? Anyways. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Does he have a fan on him at all times, or just someone standing right in front of the bench there with a giant box fan? Only too well. I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in your testimony doesn't make me feel any better either. You didn't let me press. Yeah, exactly. I want to press that final statement. Because you do have many hiding places all over you. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. Expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Yeah, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it. You checked all of her nooks and crannies. He said he verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I bet this isn't a female at all. It was at about that time I recognized that this was a 30-foot tall creature from the Paleolithic era. Goddamn Loch Ness monster! It was the goddamn Loch Ness monster! Yeah. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. I asked how much the bill was and it said about $350. Why on earth not?
The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter.
Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps?
Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
Her hat is fucking gigantic. In other words, he wants evidence.
You weren't asked anything.
The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. She was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of here. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when his game is up. You can at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you.
No. Too busy with things. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. She's out, totally unfounded lie. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Rexy, what's up? Yep. Okay, so we're basically going to be pressing every statement here. Weird. Why is my chat box off all of a sudden? I don't get a snack? Alrighty. Arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. Well, fuck, we're gonna press her on everything. After 2 p.m., in fact, that's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You
don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right?
No. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. On the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense.
Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is.
Fucking simp! So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he had just had a tooth removed at Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left.
Dear me, what a harrowing experience to have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Smack. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight, for I am your white knight.
So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Nope. But not carbonated water. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case.
Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing,
The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony.
Well sidestepped, counsel.
Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there's some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I ordered a beefsteak for myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Presents... A record of some kind of medical treatment, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extraction, so he had a tooth out. Yes, sounds like just before he went for lunch, Dr. Wilson had to have a decayed tooth removed. He probably used laughing gas. Yeah. Yeah, no food or drink other than water. Carbonated water is not the same as water. And I've had tooth extractions. You're not supposed to have any carbonated liquids. Yeah, that... Look at the table. Yeah, because there's only one glass there. That's probably the right piece of evidence. And this is also weird because it has him seated in front of the food here. Like, they turned his chair around or something, but this is insinuating that he was sitting in front of the steak. Yeah, we're going to present this because there's only one glass. I think that's the more compelling evidence.
Yes!
Misfortune. Nice of you to stumble on in.
Good.
How are you? How is Misfortune today? Oh, yeah. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Smack! Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. DM me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Renosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheer. What? Yeah, the cheers, yeah. 'Cause they couldn't cheers with one glass. This kid, yeah. I'm going through some growing pains. How are you doing, Misfortune? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Aha! You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Smack. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutiae, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. It's been a long week, trying not to fuck up too much. I wish you the best. This damn dirty cop. Smack. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Again, it wasn't translated for her. She has to understand Japanese. Yeah, you got this, Misfortune, I believe. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all. Good gracious. There's a tampering with evidence. There's a crime right there. Sorry. Why would you do that unless you were a liar? There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Quiet simp? Yeah. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. Who can blame a person for tampering with a crime scene? I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Yeah, if she didn't have room to store a gun, should she have room to store a glass? It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Oh my god. Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from this scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Yeah, you're an awful detective. Yeah. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. You are the dumbest judge ever. Don't use your logic here, sir. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. Jesus fucking Christ. She took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Yeah, his shifty eyes are good. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Smack. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. Yeah. Surprised that it's not like giving a large sound, like it's just like that was a weak slap. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill a professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! She was on her period, just had tampons in it, no biggie. Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? You got a little blood there, buddy. Just a little bit of blood. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Not if they're fucking like you. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh my god. This photographic print. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, mesh work bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Shit! Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once! And do you have any other pieces of evidence that you just casually not submitting? What? Let's look at this shit. Wait a second. That's not a tattoo. We saw that on the steak plate. Yeah. Okay, that could be something. Steak plate was probably still sizzling. His arm went down onto that. It's still bizarre how he's placed in front of the plate though, and he's not the one eating. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter. Oh my god, and I must make my ruling. No. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Was it actually a wine glass? I mean, it does appear to be. That'd be a weird shaped gun. Get the one on the table. It looks like the stem is longer. And I mean, like, who drinks water out of it? Like, just regular water. either way. Like, if it was like meant to be champagne, then maybe, but yeah, it's odd either way. Yeah, that's definitely something. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Come on. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? His ribbon isn't flowing. Yeah, that's how you can tell he's sad. Just to turn off the fan. We don't need this right now.
I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. Smack. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell.
This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of my turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Yes, there is. Very well, I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. Oh, God.
Seems as we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Bearcat Girl, object to that. Objection!
That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all the evidence placed before me, I hereby... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case here.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
The ribbon's flowing again. We live.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. Mood ribbon. As the photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, in the ruling on the case at this time, would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence.
Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag.
Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes.
Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I'll grant the defense one final opportunity.
What?
But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take a look at the photographic print Inspector Hosnaka submitted before. We'll identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. It's we don't think it's a tattoo. There's a on the steak platter they brought out that has that same shape on it. Yeah. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. Yeah, and because that would insinuate that he was shot across the table, but like, why is he sitting in front of the food? He shouldn't be sitting in front of the food. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with Magnificent Lady's handbag.
Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Yes, we do! And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway.
Bitch, you ain't going nowhere! What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? See, he can smack the table with some gumption behind it. Kazuma knows how to smack tables. If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give up, counsel.
He's a Mayan?
You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. A Mayan? Oh, I don't know that meme, apparently. I'm just old. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn, but as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Woosah. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. You wish you had more normal friends? What does normal mean, Node? What does normal mean? See, there is the steak cow symbol. So yeah, this is it.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things you may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Also, hello, Node. How are you doing?
Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable.
Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Keep fanning, old man. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. Quote the Raven. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean.
What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's quite simple.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. It's not really an objection. I was just trolling. The plate. Ah. Aha!
Your Excellency, are you all right?
As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. A fiery emblem. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of the carnival. Ah. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn. Oh wow, he hit the table strongly. He finally hit the table strongly. Our Ryunosuke's growing up are exactly the same shape. Ryunosuke, you genius. He didn't scare himself. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. Could have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other unrelated time.
Well,
Objection!
sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks.
Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim would have let out a... It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. Yeah. Or after he was shot. Yeah, she should do more streams, not just one. You could do more than one charity stream. How about that? As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
but you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
I mean, maybe twice a year. How about twice a year? It'll still be noveltous. Noveltilicious. Noveltidious. How would you say that? It would retain novelty? There we go. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves in a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. Novelticiousness. Like a Bearcat summer games, yeah? There's no question of that. Yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it, Ryunosuke. Do you think... Can it really be true? Never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap! What would the power hour be this time, though? It's a good question. It's a good question, Bearcat Girl. I'll have to think about that. I'll think of some suggestions. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. Yeah. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Oh, already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. The beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day. The professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. Objection! No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Get him, Kazuma! Illegal Uno reverse card! Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, this court must hear from this witness again. If it's true as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. This court case is brought to you by M. Night Shyamalan. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, you will have to forget your luncheon engagement.
But, Your Excellency...
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. See, she's speaking in Japanese now. She could the whole fucking time. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. You lying bitch!
Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well,
Of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all.
hello? And then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now?
My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible.
Wow! What a racist bitch! What a racist bitch! Holy shit. Sounds like typical UK arrogance. Especially in this time period, I would say.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I could see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level.
Jesus Christ.
Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. Simp! Yeah, totally. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson!
So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Easy does it. Judge is simping out hard, too.
I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse stones of your unbecoming tongue.
Yeah, everyone's a fucking simp. Oh.
Forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today.
But
Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible.
amen. Jesus Christ. Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Waiter brought my steak. See, it's still so weird, because in this picture, it shows him that his seat would have been the one in front of the stake. And the other seat across the table has nothing in front of it. It's like they moved his fucking body or something. Like, I don't get it. I'm not exactly sure how that's gonna... As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Wait. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. Oh. Well, I still don't think that explains why he's sitting in front of the food. Yeah, it's like they moved his body or something, like, before taking the picture. Like, I don't... And then, like, he slumped over. Or moved the food, yeah, but, like, because after he got shot is when I'm assuming he slumped over onto the food, but why was he in front of the food? Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Yeah, exactly. The steak has been partially consumed. Now, it looks like more of the steak is left here. Maybe that's just lack of detail. Okay, well, the coroner's report, as far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death. It does not. It doesn't say there's any other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. There are a lot of questions here. Yeah, poison could very much be it as well. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Yeah, poison.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace.
If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga?
As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. Did you hear that Russian political opponent died of poison from a South American dart frog? Wow. I hadn't heard that detail. Fucking Russians. There would be physical traces with all of those causes of death, that's true. Maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark.
If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life.
Use polonium? Yeah, that as well, yeah.
Chronicles, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions.
Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
What a bitch!
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes.
Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life.
It doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. Had it cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And the victim burned his wrist in the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. He must have already been dead at that point.
Attention!
And yet, fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time.
I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Oh, the Japanese are the kings of poison.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right?
Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink.
Correct. Waiter? You're not supposed to drink carbonated liquids after an extraction. Although, whether or not Professor drank any of the water when I delivered the steaks to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that.
Damn you. Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit to the other course, it means, bless you.
I think it means the exact opposite.
Anyway. As far as I've heard, that's better than what.
Okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed.
Do you think so? Let me ask you something.
Sorry? 2 shots Sky or 2 shots of Sprite?
Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you?
Huh? What?
Ah! What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right.
As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me?
Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vocal scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway. Puns and powder.
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that?
In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction,
Wait.
vital evidence may be lost.
Wait. How are you doing, Puns?
Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene.
Dude, you're fucking coughing blood. Yeah, he has been the whole time. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate that. My female voice is top notch. I learned from Monty Python, so, I mean... Doing pretty good, man. Love, like, how no one is like, whoa, bro. It does sound like Eric Idle. Well, thank you. That's also huge compliment.
It doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand?
Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. You mean the guy next to her coughing up blood? Acting really nervous when we brought that up? Yeah. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a clink in her armor. Kazuma. The wine glass in the purse is unsettling. Yeah, and the way that it was just kind of glossed over, like, oh, well, I thought it prudent. In my panic, I just took my evidence that I was there. Great for cartoons. The high voice all the time, especially in your brain. Yeah. There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you, you mean? About Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. Detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. We'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior, what do you mean by that?
The lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination.
Alright, I already said all of this. Uh-huh.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? People are actually testifying. They're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down.
Alright, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. How did I cough up this much blood? It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry. Pursue. Explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people instead. If you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with A. I think anyone who plays an instrument can automatically hit notes just from memory. I mean, to a point. To a point. Hi, chilling, chilling, chilling. Take a TT break? Yeah, we can do that. I could go for one. Puns. Punzonzi. We'll be right back, dudes. Get a stretch break in. TT time. All of those trademark things.
Where my real shitters at? Hey, 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 hey. I'm old and my back hurts. I can't stay here sitting. So I'm gonna take a fucking break, and I'm probably shitting. If it's taking too long, sorry, I don't give a pee. If it's just taking way too long, why not read Bestowed Part 3? Oh yeah, you can't, because it's never coming out. It's time to shit. Gotta move these legs, dude. 3 hours is a long time to sit. So why don't you poo-too? In the meantime, learn how to speak Korean. Hangul can be learned in an evening. Learn how to gabber dance, but please keep it in your pants. You could have a mayo party. You could lick it right off the spoon. Get yourself a cup of ranch nog and slam dance to this tune. It's time to shit. Gotta move those legs, dude. 3 hours is a long time to sit. So why don't you poo-too? So maybe I had to feed and water my kitty, or I just made my bathroom real shitty. Either way, this break's longer than expected. It can take a long time on the pot to make sure we've properly reflected. It's time to shit. Gotta move those legs, dude. 3 hours is a long time to sit. So why don't you poo-too? We've reached the end of the song, so this break's gone on way too long. It was never meant to come to this. Sorry, but I also have to this. The end of the song, so this break's gone on way too long. It was never meant to come to this. Sorry, but I also had I swear to God!
Okay. Message deleted. What happened? That doesn't look like an authentic message deleted. Almost got me. That's not real. It's not real. Okay. Nothing, just chilling. That's not really a long time to poop there. I think that was enough time. Oh, I don't know. I don't know how.
intense Bearcat Girl's cats are. It could take longer to wrangle them. You could have pooped that fast. Well, must be nice. That was enough for a poop. 3 wipes and a quick hand wash. 3 wipes? You'd even get it done quicker if you had the bidet, right? But yes, this is Bearcat Girl's Redeem. We will wait for her, depending on how long. I mean, wrangling the cats, that could be code word for something. So. See how long she takes. Some poops are a whole roll. Hi, blind kitty. Are you wandering around in circles? Yes, you are. He is. He's kind of wandering around in circles. Come right here, buddy. Oh, objection! Color theory, what's up, dude? She fucking. Pale face. 2 Bearcat girls, 1 cat. Here is my blind little bastard. He's walking in circles, huh? How you doing, Color Theory? How you doing, Pale Face? Welcome in, dudes. We are waiting on Bearcat Girl to get done wrangling her cats, whatever that means. We took a pee break. She's still not back yet. Hi. He's a good blind kitty, huh? You think the cream you used to make ice cream was bad? Oh, fuck. That's no good. That's some upcoming time on the toilet, unfortunately.
All right, we have ourselves a year.
Oh, fuck. While
You
we're
might
waiting for
find this
Bearcat
one
Girl,
of your
might as well have
neighborhood
ourselves a yee
Applebee's.
off. What you think about that, kitty? What you think about that, kitty? Let me hear you yee. I ain't convinced anyone in here is a Texan. Oh, look at that. Color Theory knows how to yee. Bearcat Girl knows how to yee. Node gave us a woo instead of a yee.
Wait, listen to his yeet.
That's a real Texan right there. Get it, baby, get it, brother. Yeah!
She's back. All right, kitty. I'm gonna set you down on your favorite chair, okay? All right. Blind kitty got his pets. Yep, that's the one. That's the cozy kitty that got his pets. Well, I mean, I think that's cool that you would say that. He's my favorite kitty, but I am biased. All right. Time to get back onto it and into it. We're looking at the other witnesses. You'll be able to pursue them with A. A long time ago, Color Theory, I did. Well, I played all the way through the first one. I played almost all the way through the second one. And I haven't played any of the spin-offs. I have all of them, though, so... And since I didn't want to start over from the first one again, since I've played that twice already, it was time to start this one, because this one appealed to me. I like the, it's more of a period piece. Victorian age. So you can't really see spoilers here, but currently going... Oh, you're going through the second of the original series. Yeah, I do intend to get through all of them. There's a reason I acquired everything. It's just, yeah, these do take a while. And this was all the way back in, what was it, October? When I did the 24-hour stream. Bearcat Girl redeemed this as the game to play, so we're finally doing good on that. Owing. Yes, let's get these bitches. And catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across. Yeah, focus the detective and pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Speaking of 24-hour streams, when is your next one? We might attempt to do another one depending on if I need to raise some cash for the Mamamoo trip, and maybe the incentive would be that we'd IRL stream during that trip. Something like that. Because I was thinking about figuring that out anyways, getting the equipment I would need to IRL a little bit. Hot dog eating contest to top MF. No. I appreciate the thought. No, I'm not doing that. That ain't happening. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. Mostly, halfly. He can't be the hot dog champion of Twitch by default. Mr. Stacker! What's up, buddy? Yeah, I think that some of the gentlemen at the Burger Blast would be able to hold their own. Could, yes. Am I concerned about my health? Yes, also. I don't think I want that to happen. Hang on, let me adjust my monitor real quick. Right now you look clean shaven. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
Still 24 hours of Cam being on. Yeah, no, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of 24-hour streams, if we want to count those. Yo, thanks, Mr. Stacker. How you doing, buddy? I just felt it was worth just trying to redo the whole beard. So I wasn't digging just the goatee. So we're trying again, and hopefully we won't fuck up shaving this time. When Losty went in there and couldn't wake him up. Yeah. How are you doing, Mr. Stacker? How's your day? Good, buddy, on both accounts. Good to hear it, man. When are we potentially getting more Gungeon? Do you have any idea? Can you let the people know? Word. And as the person that made the bet with you, if you want to get more comfortable with the game off stream, I am in no way opposed to that. There were no stipulations on that. I would just like proof that you've seen credits on stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would consider it settled at that point. If you want to practice or get more used to the game off stream, don't think that I'll be upset by that. unlocking more items, you know, in that environment that you're, you know, more free to let off any gamer words you need. Bearcat Girl, this is our bet. This is our bet, okay? We get to decide the terms. No, you don't have to listen to her. You don't have to listen to her, Stacker. And did you get moved? Did you get moved? Are you moved?
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately.
Battered streamer syndrome. Saturday, so it's coming up soon. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness.
Smack.
Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Wipe. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. That is a choice. And they were trying to say earlier that this is the outfit she wore on the day that she's a suspect. And then tried saying that she has no place to hide a gun. That hat seems like a perfect place. Let alone, as Bearcat Girl pointed out, she is a woman. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Fucking Carmen Miranda has 2 pistols, a pineapple, and Jimmy Hoffa up there. You didn't get that glass, did you little bitch? A crime scene thief. Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. He's dying of poison or tuberculosis, I'm not sure. Perhaps both. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. Did you drink it? Is this why you're coughing up blood? One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. Got a little blood there, buddy. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Miss Britt. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death?
Yes, it was that bottle.
What was that all about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. well, let's look at this bottle. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask, you dipshit. You could just say that you don't know. French. It is a slur. Okay, there is still some liquid in there. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Oh, I know. I'm something of an expert on the subject. I am not reading that out loud. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. Can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. Smell it! I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. Interesting possibility. Yeah. Can't find anything out of place. It's Crystal Pepsi. Oh my god! It looks the same. I mean, yeah, the cork is gone. But yeah, I think that is the same bottle. It's got that same... Tell how much is left in any of the picks. Doesn't appear so from that one. Or that one. Well, shit. Possible cause of death.
Yes!
Okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Did you drink the water?
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. I mean, as a police officer, he should. Did we have to bring the mask to court? Yeah, I guess.
She is English.
Excuse me.
I mean, as an inspector, he should know that there are ways to die. Okay, see, that's the line I was going down. Did I watch the Toy Story 5 trailer? No, I did not. New evidence, excellent work. Okay. That was a great idea, yours, Kazuma. Should I watch that trailer? It was all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I'd never have guessed that he had all that bubbling away into the surface. Can't figure me out, man? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What? Okay, Dazed, what do you mean by that? I would happily put the magnifying glass on my personality for you. You're an enigma, wrapped in a riddle, shrouded in mystery. I'm happy to demystify it in any way I can. You just have to ask the right question. 1063, how are you, tired boy? Put on a mask for the first time in a while because I'm sure I had a cold. All right. That's nice of you. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry. Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed around the time the steak was brought to his table. By some means that left no physical trace in his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Tired as fuck. Well, I'm hoping that this means you're home now and can at least relax a little bit, sir. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Okay. Please do show me. Present the bottle.
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man. There we go. Killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Make her drink it. Good. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Dun dun dun! Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? Arg, matey. There's only one person who possibly could have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, how could you even... Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only have just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Make him drink the water, yeah. Get him to shut the fuck up. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Huh?
fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Kicker.
Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this discreet.
Shut up!
It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped.
I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies.
I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring?
I describe your police force as inferior. No matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not.
Of course. You did? Where the fuck is the... When are you gonna give us the evidence? This fucking idiot. If you've forgotten what my guiding principle is already, I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Dirty ass cop! It's in the glass, duh. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. Not like she couldn't have brought one from England? We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! The glass, yeah, it's very likely. You just got dealt King Jack? And you conveniently didn't tell us. I folded it. Wow, pussy.
I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. Only one person can solve this. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything.
She tried to hit me with the
Oh,
and then I
shit.
fucking turn around and hit the I hit the
Gangsters.
LS
Fuck.
Stacker bought a tier 1 lease on life for punts and pound.
LSU, thank you. You were too kind, sir. We need Superman, yes. Enjoy the K-pop emotes puns. Please, you know, annoy the fuck out of 3 cats with them. I think that's the best thing you could do with them. Wouldn't want you to get commercials while you're sitting there folding like a knit. He loves K-pop. Totally. Totally loves it. Ugh. He's just closeted. Ugh. As the prosecution have asserted, thank you again, LSU. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no.
I'm just glad the matter is resolved.
Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it! Called it, Chili.
Please, wait!
Isn't that... What is the meaning of this?
Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency.
Better have this bish's bag.
Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense.
Nikitoba. My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. Oh man, I need to pick up food. What are you getting tonight, Chili? 22nd November, 1:14 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Salad with grilled chicken. That sounds good. Sounds tasty. But it depends on what you put on it. It could be boring if it's just that. If you got no dressing, no bacon bits. That's fair. That is fair. It can be good though. I mean, a grilled cheese sandwich is also boring, but it can be good. Ooh, fettuccine alfredo. Or I won't make it to next month for the bonus stream. You've got this, Chili. Resist that temptation. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Italian oil-based dressings are the only correct choice. Don't at me. What, you don't drown everything in ranch? You call yourself an American?
Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no less!
Oh boy, this has started a discussion. A woman? Right, B? The sexism in this asshole. Just put an F in front of his name, and he's Prosecutor Fauci. I think that's what they were getting at here.
And a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify.
They do look a lot alike, and are just as competent.
Yes, I understand. I only asked for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more.
But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful.
How you doing, Mr. Squared? You hanging in there, buddy? Who exactly are you?
I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now.
What is it, a report about something? Written in English?
It's Giselle Brett's research.
An Englishwoman's?
After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university.
My god, this is difficult.
I I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Bacon pizza? Oh. I might have to end the stream soon. Ah, Scattered's real voice. Mr. Square. Curare, what's that? Never heard that word before. Time's up! Prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. I don't know if that made you hungry or turned you on or both. Maybe a little bit of both columns. Maybe a little column A, a little column B. There was too little time for me to read it in detail. But I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Mushrooms on pizza? Giselle Maxwell's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Not Giselle Maxwell, yeah. Nah. Those days are long gone, Mr. Squared. 20 years ago, I would have taken you up on that offer. I asked the prosecution and defense now, one last time. Alright, well, let me look at it. What we got here? A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters... I called it! She brought in poison from elsewhere. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Taste the rainbow. But laziness prevailed. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry. The above-mentioned effects would occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Spicy nudes! No, I'm thinking I'm actually gonna have pizza. It's been a while. Pizza sounds really good. Sounds really, really good. Okay, so it couldn't have been put into the drink. Korean pizza. Pizza with noodles and corn on it. They do have their own types of pizza. Okay, well, there was never going to be a time to bring this up. Hold on a second. There was never going to be a good time to bring this up until right now. Someone said Korean pizza, so I finally have a chance to play this video. So this is an ad for a Korean pizza joint that features aespa, one of my favorite groups, and it is bizarre, to say the least.
So you can see some of the pizzas they have here.
Human. Successful.
Anything more?
Corn shrimp. White seafood pizza. I can't pronounce that. And the business is called No More Pizza. Anything more? No more. No more pizza. That's so aggressively Korean. All right. Well, we have obvious connection here. The thing is that it does say that the effects of this poison only occur when it enters the body through a wound. So she had to have like placed it in the bullet hole or on the bullet. But that's not entering the body through the wound. Yeah, that wouldn't be through a wound, though. It literally says that it has to enter it through a wound. So it's insinuating that drinking would not cause that to happen. He was shot with the cork of the bottle. Yeah, but how did she give him the poison? Because it can't be orally. It can't be orally. It can't be by drinking it. We do, though. It says right here, the above mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. That would very specifically insinuate that it was like it had to have been introduced through a wound. Otherwise, this won't be taken as like conclusive evidence. Accidentally spilled some on him. But again, it can't be just through contact. Objection! All right. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency? Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett?
Yes, Your Excellency.
If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer.
It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline.
Oh, no, wait a second. Wait a second. There is a wound. He has the open wound in his mouth. So it is through the drink. There we go. There we go. That's the connection. Yeah. Yeah. Ta-da. Got this, bish. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Now we're cooking with Crisco.
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
Your Honor, we may be simple country lawyers. Yea, I may only be an expert in bird law. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett Maxwell, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison.
What?
Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison.
What?
Order, order, order. Objection, this wasn't submitted to the defense counsel. I motion to dismiss this evidence. Shh, dazed. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
Report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle.
I demand another surprise witness.
It was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? But it causes paralysis. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used.
Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. Neurotoxin. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous! To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. Objection! That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Order in the court! Ahem, if I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but... Shut up! It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. Yeah, make him drink it. Yeah. Making him drink it would be the best option. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? Pucker up, cockbiter. You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime. That really is a loathsome act, wouldn't you agree? Inconceivable!
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Boof it! Nah, she poured it in his glass, not into the bottle. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. The island boys are staying at the sun. And they be island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, the whole affair is a farcical comedy. Get into police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. You have that as the ringer on your phone? My God. My God. Tyrone getting 3 cats, the cameo from them about quitting gambling remains the best thing I've seen on Twitch. That was pretty amazing. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers.
What are you doing? Yeah.
No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair.
It was in the ice cubes. What did Ice Cube have to do with this? Classic blunder. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line. They melted and released the poison.
Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned.
So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying?
Ha ha ha! You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth.
Everyone drinks their wine with ice cubes out of a Yeti cup, right? Yeah, that sounds typical.
Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind.
Grr.
Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency.
Yes, Miss Brett.
I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries.
Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. Objection! This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. No. In the cup. Hold it! How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? You aren't a political ambassador. Ambassador. Objection! She's a woman! You want the truth? You can't handle the truth! Shut up! Stop misspelling shit then. God! I don't understand it. No, I thought you were speaking in French or something. I thought that was maybe French for ambassador. Thought it was yeah, Italian makes more sense. I'll ambassador your face.
I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London.
I'll ambassador your face. Politico ambassadoro. Pomodoro. Order in the channel. Order. There has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. Witchcraft! Tried telling you, Bearcat Girl, when we tied up like Lecter with this game. No, it was me calling out her misspelling. Okay? I'm the problem. Send her to the lake. If she weighs the same as a duck, she's made of wood. And therefore, a witch! And sometimes it's in need of a good staining. Until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? What? I make fun of any mistyping, it's not just you. Why did I lose a badge for that? No. I don't fucking know. I said that the bottle contains no poison. The culprit did put curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, good call. Good call, Bearcat Girl.
Objection!
Miss Brett drinking the water from it.
That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think.
And I believe that complication can be explained. It was Bearcat Girl all along. Cheers to the ambassador of Twitch. Think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Sure, the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. Leave Brittany alone! Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witnesses... Yeah.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation.
No. After all,
We don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
shut up, Fauci. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, counsel. The one about it. Special characteristics. Get bullied all the time in voice chat, too. I think it goes both ways in voice chat. I think if we're going to be honest, we should be honest. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Oh, so overcooked it didn't happen? We're just gonna forget overcooked? And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. No, I remember that perfectly clear. All I'm saying is there was bullying going on, and he started acting out after the first occurrences of yelling. My memory is probably better than yours, I think, at this one. And it's okay, because it was funny and he did deserve it. But I think his actions started taking a turn for the worse once he started getting yelled at. Dude, Stacker, yeah, I am excited for your free time and flexibility. And hopefully more consistent internet. Hopefully you didn't bring that with you to the new place. We need to look at the tapes. We need to go back to the tapes. Review the tapes. There needs to be a review on the field. Rewind the tapes. I know, now I'm just bullying, okay? I'm having fun. Shh, Stacker, quit it. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. You bullying, bitch? Happens from time to time. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. It all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Holy shit, that goose is alive. That goose is alive. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? The goose is loose!
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... Shut up, bitch! So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly.
What are you trying to say?
Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw.
Schoolboyish? Flaw?
As even your brain has managed to deduce curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers.
Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they?
So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he?
Yes, he did, because he has an open wound in his fucking mouth.
That's right.
Good gracious.
That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand now.
Idiots.
Order in the court. Order in the chat.
The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drink the same poison, they'd be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest...
Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial.
Oh, I hope we get to hang her. I'm gonna burn her like the witch she is.
That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you can understand something as simple as that.
Guilty of being a first-degree bish. What is this welling up inside me? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
Objection! He did it! He did the thing! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett.
How dare you use that tone with me?
You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. He's going Super Saiyan! Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, you must provide compelling evidence. Over 3,000? Is that when it goes Super Saiyan? I thought it was 9,000. I don't know that show, though, very well, so, I mean, maybe I'm wrong there. I thought that was the meme. As we know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested, why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Because he has an open wound in his mouth.
Take that!
Yes, dental report. It's the Marvel Iron Man thing? I also don't know that. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there's a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? He says, I love you 3,000? Yeah, I have no context. Who is 3,000? Who is that?
Inside?
It's something his kid says? Okay. I love you over 3,000. Like, is it just literally that quote, I love you 3,000? No other words? Obviously not teaching his kids how to speak properly. Too busy tinkering with his toys. Too busy making a robot to teach proper grammar. Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. That's the scale, huh, Node? That's how you feel about us? Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing?
I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. Wait, what do you mean?
Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it.
No.
I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No! What is it? What just happened?
It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle.
In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once! What the fuck?
You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire.
All right, we have ourselves a yee-off.
You might find this one at
What
your
motherfucker
neighborhood
wants a yee-off?
Applebee's.
I don't know. I'm not sure the people in here know how to fucking yee. I don't buy it. Looks like Bearcat Girl knows how to yee. Florida motherfucker knows how to yee. Let me hear it. Yee, 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 yee.
Wait, listen to his yeet.
Look at that.
That's
All right.
a real Texan right there. Get it, baby, get it, boy. Yeah.
You have earned it. You are now a real Texan, Mr. Stacker. Just in time. Florida motherfucker, how are you? No, the fuck I am not. Well, you can't take it back. It's on the record now. One of those stars put on your house. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. Oh, wait.
I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
Objection! How could you? It is not Texan if the prefix "ah" is added before "ye." That is distinctly Cajun. Yeah, but go back in the record. All you did were yees. I see ye, 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 ye. I do not see ah, ye. I don't see that. Look at that. We're pinning this message. No, we are goddamn not. Oh. You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not.
Got me cackling like a retard. You.
And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution?
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady.
That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him in the front is a little schoolboy.
Objection!
No, you killed the victim that day using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Bang! And in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime.
What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. handgun, you say, and I shot the professor's dead body, did I? I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence.
Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. It should be a crime in its own right. Yeah. I mean, this is early Japanese courts. Maybe they didn't have that rule? I don't know. Come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? Lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. My head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. In your head. It's telling. Because then in that song, Zombie, she makes the goose sound. Like this lady has a goose on her head. There's pretty amazing goose sounds in that song. It's classic. That's the connection they're trying to make us draw. It can't be a coincidence. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Did they order cranberries with their meal? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Get back over everything I saw. I think I might have uncovered another clue. A raging clue. My clue's pointing over here. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whoa! I was gonna say, should I be allowed to say that word? That is a word they put on there. I didn't just say that out of no reason at all. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. And report it. LSU Stacker wrote that. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who's Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been his... Ba-ba-ba-da.
Take that!
Libel and slander, Your Honor. Inspector Hosonoga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. Denied. Objection overruled. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute! Where are you going with Where are you going with this, little boy?
It's just a memory that's been troubling me.
What memory?
I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. I counter your objection with shut the fuck up. Sustained. What?
Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor.
No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that the blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. He likes his steak rare. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett Ghislaine Maxwell, test the blood for cow. Thought you could sneak one past me while I had practice, you dirty pig. What were you practicing, Cage? Tell the class.
I beg your pardon.
Objection! This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
How's it going, Cage? And yes, totally I was trying to sneak one by. That's it, stream's over now that Cage is here. Good night, everybody. I will catch you guys later. Peace out. See you guys next time. I'm just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. I would never. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it.
You did what?
I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it. She took the steak and ate him for himself. I don't understand these games. You listen to testimony, you cross-examine, you present evidence, you put together ways to win court cases. With colorful characters, interesting dialogue. It's a good time. It's a good time, Cage. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Did he swallow the whole meat? We're gonna have a pizza party or what? Yeah, as soon as this is over, I'm gonna get some pizza. That's definitely happening. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it?
Of course there isn't.
Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course, examine the plate at your leisure. There's no blood. No blood anywhere. If there ain't no blood on it, you overcooked it, send them shits back. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It's right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. He wiped it off. Yeah, he's constantly been wiping blood off of his mouth.
What an unbecoming expression, little boy.
Goose is fucking alive.
You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you.
Ah! I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire.
I believe we may have finally reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so.
This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over.
Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest.
Is the plate I saw or thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? Emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is the symbol of Le Carnaval, is it? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. It's that curio dealer's coin that he lost. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. Heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. That is a long setup for a really bad joke. That's good. That's just good writing. It's from the Hoei era too, and make it quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look, what are you thinking? Of eating it? No. The next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure, my heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. There's only one logical explanation. Okay. So does that mean you're gonna allow me to bring the other guy back out? Gand Elf. What's up, buddy? This is it now, I've lost. Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. You're making the rounds, bragging about getting Final Jeopardy tonight on a complete guess. Okay, what was the answer? It wouldn't let me inspect that. It's where I thought the blood was like right about here. Can't find anything out of place. It's not like lighting up at all. Like, see, if I hover over the steak, it changes the cursor. But here, the blood was like right here. World of First Names was the category. Like an English language one, this German first name of a physicist of sound, 1930s film director means serious. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, B squared. It'll come back someday. Yeah, it won't let me lift the actual hot plate either. It only let me inspect the emblem here and lift the steak. Samuel Morse. Final answer? Oh, wait, that's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. The correct response? Yes. That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. What is Ernst? Bullshit, you got that. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. Ernst goes to camp. But what was the context clue that led to Ernst? That's what you have me on. It's like, you don't have any knowledge of physics or physicists or directors. And does the word Ernst mean serious in English? Huh. Alright, I mean, I can see that potential line of thought. So when are you going to go win a bunch of money on Jeopardy? Why haven't you done that yet?
Objection!
Also GG, but you didn't win the money, so... Is it really that big of a GG, or is that like a GG in quotation marks? The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak.
Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial.
My throat is gonna be fucking ruined after this. I almost know how bad you feel after Elmo, Gandhi. I feel like I'm gonna be feeling it after this. There's been a lot of old British lady talk today. Quick, name somebody Elmo. Now, see, that's the thing is, I know better than to try that. You just ran with it, and since you did it once, I'm like, of course I'm gonna fucking do it again. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled.
I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is the new clue to be found? Yeah, I found it ahead of time. We already read all this. I investigated too early. So this implies that it wasn't the right stake. That this is not the correct piece of evidence.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... a Koban?
What on earth?
Ahoy era wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant the day in question, is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the same type. Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat?
Shut up! Shut up! What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Yeah, we got the life in there.
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen.
A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak.
Me life. I usually find a pube in my food.
Not gold coins.
Objection!
Leon, what's up, buddy? Welcome in, dude. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency.
Yes, Counsel?
A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up! Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant.
Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak.
The owner?
Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this guy. Due to CB at the end of the month, yep. Do you never go back to that Applebee's ever, Chili?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Raskute, Curio Korakuta-san.
Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable.
Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with this Koban coin when it happened. His half-off appetizers can't beat that deal.
All I want to do is dance and
Let's try some sad dad dancing.
Want some sad dad dancing? Got you covered.
Ow, my ankle.
Poor Joe. Just became a dad and already fucking up his ankle. How are you, Leon? At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot
interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor.
Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Man needs some calcium. He doesn't get enough of that from all that protein. The shape of this dude's head. Nice. Welcome home, Leon.
Hunting for treasure. Indeed, Hoei Eric Koban, my prized coin. I don't know if that was the voice I gave him originally. It was too long ago. In this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please. Why would Korakuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? Makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's the key element, a key element in the case. Yeah, we'll see, won't we? Yeah, it is quite the head shape. What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it is dinner time for my little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dogs forced to bear a false witness.
I think that was closer to it.
And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man.
In a trice.
A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say.
The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. It's weird that they brought up that perceive skill or whatever, and you've only used it once. Pursue. This looks like the Usual Suspects Meiji era edition. Yes. As far as your Rasute memory serves. Oh, look at that! It landed in his foot. Oh my god. That's it, the one, the very exact one that it is. Yeet yeet. Is that Vincent's version of whoop whoop? Whoop whoop.
The resplendent, splendiferous, hoary treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be.
As I thought. How are you, Vincent?
Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the season of meat's juices.
Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Vincent, a juggalo? Not possible. You can't underestimate Vincent. We can't possibly know everything about Vincent. I think it was a fair line of inquiry. Bearcat Girl's an ambassadaro. I mean, yeah, we just found that out about her today. And we've known her for a while. Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. You all are gonna pay.
Somebody concealed my hoary treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate.
Is ambassadaro like a college try thing? Apparently it's Italian for ambassador or something. Not exactly sure on what that is still.
Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing?
Shut the fuck up. No. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. How could I possibly know that? How could I have possibly known that?
Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
You beshes. Le Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes. I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What?
What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuda-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Well... It's not letting me look at the evidence either. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss here. I mean, this is the only person he was close to. Yeah, I'm thinking, like, while he was distracted, like, since he was sitting with this guy, he, like, slipped it under the steak or something. Yeah, she seemed genuinely surprised that the coin was there, so it's definitely not her. I'm feeling... I'm thinking it's Mr. Nosa here. We're gonna give it a shot.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Well, how? How dare you, you monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido. Ido was blaming his child? Okay. That thieving baby can't be tried as an adult. Smart. Oh my god. Yeah, Wood, you're not wrong, Mr. Stacker. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby. It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. You. What the fuck is going on here? Nippon Imperial Army surging east and Nosa preparing to stand down on the Supreme Court, sir. Yeah, what the fuck just happened? What if the baby is really a 40-year-old man like Yoda? Do any of you know the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. Oh, here we go. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? Place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped a coin into my pocket without any trouble at all.
A veritable phantom thief you are.
I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I know too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it into the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Under his steak. So that's, it's the wrong steak. I'm assuming that we just got presented with the wrong plate of steak. This is ridiculous.
Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time.
Well, Miss Brett.
Of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all.
I'm not doing those hand gestures.
May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency.
Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder.
Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me.
Nonsense, is it? Well...
And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness.
Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave.
What fucking no?
Hold it!
Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone.
And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later. If you don't call out now, too late. It'll be too late. Trial will be over.
Hold it!
Aha! Wait, Miss Brett.
What is it now?
I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago.
What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What due student nonsense is this?
Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? You can see here clearly that the fork and knife have been used. Assuming it's this. It's not an objection, that's just a comment.
Take that!
Photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed.
No, you're just splitting hairs.
Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. And take a good look at the steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. Those are bite marks. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks here.
Oh!
Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course. This will be all. I'll be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
I've had enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic.
Of course, dear lady.
What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency.
Everything?
Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson.
Shut up! Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard this today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats.
How can you be so sure?
Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago.
Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet.
Hasn't been what?
Just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection! This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence not yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection!
I don't, but there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence? It'd be the waiter, wouldn't it? He's gonna have the real plate?
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga.
What? I have it?
Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Korakuda-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. I mean, how have you been all trial? Chinese clue. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? The baby's a midget spy. Attention! Affirmative, of course. Might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. Not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that detectives submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection! But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin.
Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire.
I'm leaning more towards stupid with the cop. Well then, how do you explain this paradox?
Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over? You did switch the plates?
Well, after it happened, the,
Bang!
When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman. I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table.
What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing.
It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. Blitzkrieg? There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done.
Unbelievable!
What do you want me to do, Star Princess? What do you want me to do? However, fear not, prosecutor son.
What now?
I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir.
All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ooh, shit, she's about to crack. She's about to crack! That's correct. Then please, present it to the court now. Get Bearcat Girl in there for the female? I mean, does she want to? I knew he was crooked. Yeah, I mean, he is... But he's preserving evidence at a time where it was made clear that it wasn't... Like, scenes weren't preserved at this time in Japanese, like, police work. They would just investigate right after the crime, and then if they didn't find enough, they wouldn't, like, shut down the crime scene or hold on to evidence. I'll come in for the next voice acting. We gotta be almost done with this, right? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how long this game is. Plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up! Shut up, you bitch! What could they possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. I can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
I mean, yeah, we don't need to do that now, though, but... Ambassadaro Bearcat Girl. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady.
I beg your pardon?
Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? Persona non grata.
You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing.
Thinks he remembers.
Quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. He's about to give the middle fingers. Like, here's your evidence. Sorry for keeping you. There it is. Here is the other steak and its plate. Keep the evidence away from that bitch. She's gonna destroy it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look. Now this makes everything clear. She's gonna lick off the blood. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim.
Ah! It can't be.
In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Ghislaine Brett Maxwell. It's you! Your goose is cooked. They should use that line.
Outdone by a Japanese... Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no!
The gun is the goose's mouth. In the goose's mouth. The goose is loose. What the fuck is happening? The fuck is going on here?
Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. So very unladylike. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me.
Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. I'm gonna do that move in court.
Gladly, Your Excellency.
Who said they were gonna ban Star? She straight up admits it. Alright, case closed. Case closed. Banning us all. Starting to sound a little bit like Rocket Kev. Bad Twitch people, I'm banning all of you.
It was I who took the professor's life using curare.
We all do. We all do, Mr. Stacker.
As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you plan to
So you plan to kill the professor knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. One day you will misspell something, Scotard, and I'll be there. And I'll laugh right along with you for making fun of me over it. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Oh, I'm laughing.
Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would be all over.
Yeah, we're just gonna let that sit there.
I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table.
That would be me, I suppose.
Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed.
I am a real 36-year-old man, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment.
A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. decided to use that fact to my advantage.
Yeah, Stacker, geez, dude.
I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed under my skirt.
Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Haters. Haters as far as the eye can see. Yeah, under the effing skirt. You're right. Exactly.
Yes.
And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it.
And everything went according to plan. And it would have done so if it wasn't for you meddling kids. And then just as you bent down to pick it up,
Bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Damn it, I'm messing things up. Been at this for 4 hours. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Naturally, obviously. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside.
that's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around.
No, they did notice the gunshot wound. That was the original cause of death noted in the coroner's report. But then we drew it out using evidence that it was poisoning. Yeah, like the main picture is of a gunshot wound in his chest. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. Oh, not at all, man. You missed the first chunk of this today, and I think you weren't here for the first stream of it either. Maybe you were. Old Fauci-san. Man gets shot, then dies of COVID instantly. Hate to see it. No, that's not Fauci. Fauci's the prosecutor.
That is the entirety of my misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor? Misdemeanor? Bitch, that's a felony. I mean, we can't rule out COVID being a contributing factor of his death. Better put that on the certificate.
Your Excellency,
Yes?
I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later?
Oh, what? You're gonna try to... You're going to jail, bitch. You're gonna try to suck him off now? It's a little late for that. Gotta get them numbers up. Blowjobs don't get you out of murder. She got that wagon, though. Blowjobs were prior to arrest. We all know that. I shall call on you. Well, fuck.
Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me.
That bitch. What? Objection.
It would seem that this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. What? This can't be. Taketsuchi Ouchi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What, yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Oh, shit! Yo, Noam, what's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? This is set in the early 1800s, Mr. Stacker. Ouchie should read up in seppuku. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Fauci clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Nothing too much? Hope you had a good day, buddy. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. By letting this bitch go, apparently. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology, rather. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I don't know if we actually let her go. I think that might have just been dialogue, like, they could have carted her away and just off screen. And it doesn't make sense that, like, you know, she's going to see the judge later if she's planning on taking off. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. Maybe not. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, well, thanks, Emperor Palpatine. Okay, here we go. Here's the verdict, I guess. I think you're confusing me with someone else. It happens often. Yeah. You know, I don't think so, B. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. So what happened to the bitch? You cannot just leave this hanging. By reason of insanity? No, I'm not guilty. I was the one on, like, defending. Because they were accusing me, like, Ryosuke. They were accusing him of murder. So, we were found not guilty. This court's now adjourned. 22nd November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, defendants antechamber 5. Johnny Cochran's son. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. What are you talking about, B? Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Oh, gotcha. Yep, he told me he was going to be playing that. And he's not stealing my content. Other people are allowed to play the same game as me. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. Oh shit. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. I know, Chili. I want to find out what happens. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Got that silver-haired fox thing going on? Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. Science. They lead the world in colonialism. Yeah. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is his soul. His blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, Maxwell, Ghislaine. I mean, after all, she's guilty murder. Here we go. Ah, yes, her. Yes, the woman. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett Ghislaine Maxwell will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. She's getting shanghaied. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. I told you, the Epstein files. The files. Yeah. Inspector Hosonaga. Hosonaga. They are protecting her. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must What's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Wow. But why a consular court? The crime happened here on our soil. Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, then they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yeah, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. Ugh, makes me sick. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. It's a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think it's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor... You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict.
All I wanna do is dance and
Let's try some sad dad dance.
Yeah. Drink and a dance.
all I wanna do is dance and
Aw shit, it's time to dance
Let's try
up.
some sad dad dance.
All I want to do is dance and fuck. Oh. Drag him out. Thank you guys. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest the Carnival? No, I don't really want to go there. As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Yeah, and you're gonna fucking cough blood into all of our food. I think we're good. Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival, will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. Yeah. That's order's sake. Not anymore after being fired for being bad at being a policeman, yeah. That is his job now. It's his only job. Go to the damn doctor, dude, my god.
I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruto-san's release.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So Giselle Ghislaine Brett Maxwell won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Shh, quiet. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. Just a figment of your imagination fades away into nothing.
She tried to hit me with the shh, and then I fucking turned around
Mr.
and
Stacker.
hit the shh. I hit the shh.
Elessa Stacker bought a tier
Fucking
1 lease
gangster.
on life for Gnome de Jardin.
Thank you, dude. Gnome, enjoy the gift sub. As is tradition, if you come across any opportunities, all I ask is that you torture 3 cats with K-pop emotes, now that you have them. I've heard he loves it. I heard he loves K-pop. Some people were telling me that. Couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to be a great lawyer, not me. Well, come on, be serious. Thank you very much, Mr. Stacker. You're the man, man. What helped you today was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it. Being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. Yeah, his favorite group's Red Velvet. I've heard that too, B. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No, the ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? The defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. You have to make a choice about what to believe and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. Being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Parappa the Rapper would have made a good lawyer. I know. I gotta believe. See what you did there, Chili. And I approve. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again. You never stop looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts and because you never stopped believing in me. Think it, dream it, do it. Think it, dream it, do it. Come on, chant with me. Think it, dream it, do it. Think it, dream it, do it. Thanks, Kazuma. Something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. At least wipe the blood away, man. Come on. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. The original Uber. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Oh, God damn it. I'm in danger. So, my very first trial came to an end. Don't be mean to our local ambassadoro.
Hunt you all down. Inspector Hosonaga didn't really pay much of a part, but still. Who wants to poke this bear? Because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. I'm gonna make you hunt you down and make you drink delicious carbonated water right after getting a tooth extracted. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. End. Are they gonna send me to England? Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. We never watch Running Man anymore. Yes, we do, Mr. Squared. In fact, how do you guys feel about Running Man in the Discord in like an hour from now? How does everybody feel about that? Because I need to go get some pizza. You won't. Pussy. No, I will. I will. Because, yeah, that was a 4.5 hour stream of reading. I don't think I can handle any more reading. My throat hurts. Well, we're not going to go for the shrimp pizza. We're not going to go for the pineapple pizza. You know what I'm feeling? I'm feeling like pepperoni and bacon. Pepperoni and bacon sounds really good. I'm thinking that's what we're going to do. Yo, thanks for hanging out, dudes. That was really fun. I'm glad you're enjoying that. I'm trying my best to voice act. I know it's a struggle. I know I'm not the best at it, but I'm having a lot of fun trying. The story's good. It's fun. It's got some wild fucking characters and some great moments.
But it's time to say
Let's see. Who is on? Who are we going to see? Roy.
My entire life.
Oh, I know where we're going. We're going to go to some peak degeneracy. We're going to do some peak degeneracy. Peak degeneracy. B, I'll be there in like an hour, bro. Isn't this the storyline to Beverly Hills Cop 2? The one that says diplomatic immunity?
There's Leon Loves Games.
AI stream. There's an 80% chance that Mixie is AI. In fact, that's the raid message. I heard there's an 80% chance that you are AI.
Of course, a pale-faced Tizzle and so dazed.
Hi, Kev. Bye, Kev.
Florida motherfucker and 255. Can't forget those dudes, along with Clint Bay, Gus Brady Gaming, and Ravish and Matt Rude.
There's the raid message. The first game I got really close to 100%ing. There was just a couple little things I didn't do. He's playing the first game. Oh, he took it in stride. He took it in stride. Were forgot. No way we believe airbrushed van, LSU stacker, or Skage Rock in the dark, nor would we I didn't make the new outro song like I was planning on doing. I still want to do that. DJ Slowface, home hardware No, Kev. No. It's okay that you asked, Kev, but no, that's not happening.
And with that, I'm certain we've reached the end of our goodbyes. I'm absolutely positive there's no one in particular we've missed. I double-checked the whispers and gone twice over the list. This ain't exhaustive, though I hope you get the gist.
Bro, that cowgirl,
If
though.
I remember you tomorrow, I'll definitely get pissed. Oh shit, god damn it. How can I forget? There's that guy, 3 cats watching Top Gun.
That guy, that wanker.
That wanker, 3 cats watching Top Gun.
Wanker's such a good word. It's
Just
such a
piss
good word.
off 3 cats watching Top Gun. You're no fun, 3 cats watching Top Gun. Ben and Stick, 3 cats watching Top Gun.
Oh, wanker should be more commonplace.
3 cats watching Top Gun. Activist, 3 cats watching Top Gun. First warning.
All right, guys, have fun. I'll see you in an hour in the Discord.
Top